Yo. Hi, guys. What's up, everybody? I am here in the closet because I was listening to the playback on some of my old books, the books that I was editing, and there was the most annoying sense of how do I put this? There was so much echo. It was insane. And it was weird because when I had the headphones on and I was listening back to the audio playback, or even like when I had the monitoring on, I mean, everything sounded fine. But the moment that I took that and I brought it into a gain increased production, even with mastering, even with post production, like I could not get rid of that annoying echo. So here I am today to record. And as you can see, I am like R. Kelly, trapped in the closet. So I'm trapping myself in the closet today to record as much as I can in the most muted environment I could find. And that is here today in this closet. So, it just did dawn on me that I do have panels that I could put right in front of me. Here, I'll sort of take this down so you can see it. But this is kind of what we're working with over here. As you can see, there's not much going on in front of me, but I have this attached to that little bit on my closet. And this is up above here. That's kind of what I'm looking at down below. I'm sitting on, I actually don't have a good chair for this because the chair that I have is going to be like way squeakier than I need it to be. So I'm sitting on this, I think it's like a nightstand maybe. So I'm sitting on a nightstand here. Sitting on a nightstand trapped in the closet. Here we are. We're locking ourselves away. I'm about to be like Harry Potter in this right now. Work some magic. We're working our magic. What else do I have? I'm thinking about setting everything up right over here on this table. And then maybe even putting the script right in front of me, or maybe putting the script right beside me. I think there's a lot of room to play with here. So, tell you what, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly put it on a BRB screen, put some panels up here so it's not echoing anything going toward that wall. Maybe even set up the iPad over to my right. Get that script ported up and start on this next project. So I think that's what we're gonna do today. Full disclosure. Why am I not at work is a good question. My tire today was flat. I walked outside, I was getting ready to go to work, and I saw that my tire was flat. And I'm like, okay, well, I just got 4 new tires from this place. Obviously, this is an issue with those tires that were just put on. So I'm going to take it back. So I went up there. I was like, hey, what gives? And he said, we don't have any technicians that could look at this until 5. And so here I am, hit with the realization that I don't have my work laptop, thank God. 2, I have all of this audio work that I still need to do. And when I do go to the tire place later, I can knock out a bit of editing like I did last time. So very excited to go do that. And today I'm thinking about just doing what I can for a couple different books. Hopefully what I could do is I can knock out 15 minutes of several different productions. My hope is that I can do The Free Will and Society and a few, if not all, of the nuclear energy series that I'm working on, doing the 15 minutes on each of those productions. I think that if I do that at the bare minimum, I'll be in a very good place, because then I can shift gears to these two other productions that I'm working on, Neoliberalism and the Market, and there's one other. Maybe I'm conflating the two, but I do have to do a lot of work on those two books as well. One of those is about 2 hours, so I'll probably focus on that first, and then move on to a 5-hour production, which is going to be a little bit larger of a thing. But I think that if I knock out the easier one first, that'll be the most beneficial move forward, and I could do a lot of that work during the holiday season as well. So if I need a further extension, I'll let them know, but I think that that's a really good plan of attack for right now, to go for my 15-minute checkpoints as they need and have requested, and then get those two books that are already past due knocked out, and then move on to the rest in December. So very excited to do all of that, or at least make a very good chunk of it today, and see how my closet works as far as, does it make it sound better? Is it more silent? Is there any echo whatsoever? Because my worst fear is that there's no change to this echo. There's no elimination of clipping that I keep getting. I want to make sure that I'm in a space that can provide the most quality production possible, and the only way I could do that is to find the most sound isolating environment. So hopefully this works, but we'll see. So I'm going to put it on a BRB screen real quick. It'll be maybe like 5 minutes. I'll get totally set up, and then we will start. So I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, why not? Here, you guys can just join while I'm doing this. It's a fun experience to be part of it all. Hey, these are really similar to that um that world thing that I have, that world backdrop that I'm usually broadcasting in front of. That's my biggest piece that I have, but these are the exact same things. These are like sound panels that I have, and they're made of a material that's like almost felt like, and there are these really pretty pictures that are on here. It can act as almost like some wall decor, but at the same time it can mute the sound that you have. So what I like to do is I like to put it like sort of right in front of where this is broadcasting in front of, and then that way like it'll capture any of the sound that's up there. Yo, 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 yo. This one's from, I don't know, maybe it's like some sort of Icelandic lakefront or something with Aurora Borealis in the back, but they're all very pretty pictures. And I have one more. This one was like a medium size. It was like these panels were like vertical panels, which were a good medium size, maybe like 3x2 sort of panel. The one I have out in the living room, that's about I think 3x2 as well, but it's a really, really big, really, really big panel. This one is about medium size, and I have one more that's smaller, but it's like a map. So that's the design on it. All right. And while I have these, I suppose what I'll do is maybe I can put one over here, maybe. I don't think these are really compatible with the space I have allocated. Maybe. Yeah, but if that's there, I can't really speak into that mic. And then maybe a couple on this shelf, like right behind it. I think that might be best. Maybe a couple behind me. The important point is not to put these everywhere, but just put them in places where like the most amount of sound is going to hit. All right. Why am I in a closet though? That's a question. Why am I in a closet? Ooh, you know what? If I hit the clothes behind me, I'm gonna rock the hangers and you're gonna hear that. But why am I in a closet? Closets are really nice because you're completely surrounded by a bunch of clothes, and fabric is kind of like, here, let me turn to talk to you. Fabric is kind of like the best absorber of sound. You look at any sound absorbing thing, like this thing right here, for example. It's covering the top of the microphone. It's called like a what is it called? It's not a wind screen, but it's something similar to it. But moral of the story is that it's got a very felt-like appearance to it, and it has many little pores where sound is not going to be reflected. Sound gets reflected off of hard surfaces, like maybe the walls in this room, but the carpet is going to absorb most of the sound. So I like closets because they're completely filled with like a bunch of felt-like material that you would use very similar to the things that you would mute sound with. So, and what else? I guess I could put something on top as well to where sound wouldn't reflect off of the ceiling, but I think for the most part I should be good. The only thing that I would need is it better to talk in this direction or that direction or this direction? I think I get the most amount of sound muting speaking over here. So I might sort of twist it in such a way where it's like that. Or maybe like this. Yeah, possibly. I think probably what I don't want to do is talk too much in that direction where it's leaving the room and reflecting off of those walls. So if I can mitigate that, that would be best. I wonder if I should like set it up like right here. Maybe. Yo. Okay. Okay. We're building it. People on the playback are going to know exactly how this turns out. But I won't know until I know. All right, let's see. I actually flip that. Yo. Check, 1, 2, check, 3, 4. Czechoslovakia. Okay. All right. So, I'm going to pull up Logic Pro. Where you at, Logic? Pulling up Logic Pro. All right, I think I have a chat open as well, so that should be good to go. I might be able to see that as I'm recording. Let's see how this sounds. Yo, I have solo on there for a reason. Why are you doing that? All right.
Angel on the track.
I like that beat a lot. I like that beat, but I didn't know what to do with it, and I think I bought it like a couple years ago, before Christmas, and I was like, I'm gonna make a super sick like beat with that. I'm gonna make a super sick song. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be like a holiday oriented song with it, and literally like I bought it. Jake Angel did a great job with it, and I did nothing with it. So really sad that kind of went nowhere. But hopefully, I'll do something sometime soon with that. I would like that a great deal, actually. But for right now, let's get it started with all of these audiobooks. I saw that when I loaded up recent productions. Let's see. Evo 8, external headphones. Create. I'm thinking I want to blackjack. Okay. Cool. And then this has got auto tune on. Actually, no. Let's turn auto tune off, but let's have it on each one. Set to low male, and then turn that off, just so I could have like internal monitoring. Hello. Yeah. How about now? Hello. Too bad. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 3 4. Okay. Yeah, this is the way I'm gonna have to do it because I don't know if you heard it. You probably hear a duplication here, but it's important for me to hear. Like if I accidentally do that, I'm like, oh, there's a bag in the background. I'm not gonna be able to use that. So it's really important that I have monitoring, so I know exactly how it's going to sound at any moment. Check 1 2. Check 3 4. All right, let's see how loud I can get. Check 1 2. Check 3 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door. ready to make an entrance, so back on up, 'cause you know we about to rip shit up. Dude, I gotta turn off that monotone. That is annoying. It's not playing anything back. Edit. Oh, is it on mute? No. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I'm gonna go to settings, audio, recording, store, general, tuning, synchronization, no. Where are you going to? Like, I obviously hear it in my headphones, and then I can't play it back. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I miss being able to just load it up and go. That's always fun. Is that how I did that? Okay, take that off. Can't do that. Creates a delay. Navigate. How about file, save as, we'll save as external hard drive, voiceover, ACX, and then new folder. This folder is, sorry, acx.com has this one back here, Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Okay. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Create. Okay. Yeah, that is so weird. Stereo out? Is it maybe that? Output? Stereo output. Yeah. Logic Pro settings. Audio. Yeah, external hard drive. So if I did MacBook Pro speakers, then it would sound like. Still not playing. Check, check, 1, 2, check, check. All right, that's playing in the worst way. Check, check, 1, 2, check, check, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up, 'cause you know we about to rip shit up. Okay, I hear every single breath. That's, wow. Okay, so this is opening credits. We always start out with opening credits. Let's go in and pull up exactly what those opening credits are. All right, I think we're good. I think we got it. Except. Yeah, I got two mics, right? Let me mute that. I guess so you can hear it on the playback. But if I ever do switch applications, I'm going to have to remember that. But I think I'll be good. Wow, I can hear that. That's crazy. Yeah, I got to put this into some sort of. No. I don't want to put it in Do Not Disturb because then I'm not going to be able to. Then I'm not going to be able to link this up properly. That's so weird. This said this was charging a second ago. And now it's not. All right. Whatever. We don't have time to waste. All right. I'm going to go to in production. Go all the way down to 2. We got Legal Foundations of a Free Society, a 21.5 hour production. This one's going to be a monumental thing. So, all right, because we learned that for every hour, let's see, calculator. For every hour we spend. Oh, does this not have a calculator? Calculator Pad Edition. Weird. I gotta download a random calculator app. How? Calculator. Oh, that's hilarious. These calculators are crazy. Calculator apps are the biggest sources of like malware, if I'm not mistaken. Like I was about to download this one and it was like I saw that it was made by, let's see, Ratha Sue. And I was like, that's not the right one. Yeah, if there's anyone that's like made by who's a good one? I think Mathway was good, and there was one other. I think it was maybe Desmos. Yeah, Desmos is on here. They're good. Wolfram Alpha. I think that's it. Yeah, they do a pretty good job. So Wolfram Alpha is good. Mathway is good. But I honestly just need like your run-of-the-mill calculator. But I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that this doesn't come with a calculator. All of them should. Okay. Yep. Anyway, I don't have the time to waste. But legal foundations of a free society. All right. Produce audiobook. Suggested credits. All right. Let's do the opening and closing credits. Oh, this one's older. This one goes back to 1994. Whoa. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 1994, 2023 by Panippian Press. Production copyright by Libertarian Publishing. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 1994, 2023 by Panippian Press. Production copyright by Libertarian Publishing. All right. Let's see that playback. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. All right, it's all right, but we'll go again. Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Written by Stephen Kinsella. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society, written by Stephen Kinsella, narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 1994, 2023 by Panipian Press. Production copyright by Libertarian Publishing. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society, written by Stephen Kinsella, narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 1994, 2023 by Panipian Press. Production copyright by Libertarian Publishing. All right. Legal Foundations of a Free Society, written by Stephen Kinsella. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society, written by Stephen Kinsella. Copyright 1994, 2023 by Panipian Press. All right, it's all right, but we'll go again. Production copyright by Libertarian Publishing. This has been Legal Foundation. All right. I feel like I got a good mix there, and it sounded pretty good on the playback, I'm not going to lie. So I'm pretty pleased. Let's download this. Yeah, this is good, because if this is an older book and they're republishing it, that's a really, really good option to have. So, I mean, this could be something used in like a school setting, So, super pleased by that. All right. Let's get it started. Let's go down to downloads. Oh, here we go. Kinsella, that's the one. All right. (1994 to 2023), Panipian Press, Houston, Texas. Houston, H-Town. Oh, okay. To Ethan and his generation, in hopes that they and their descendants live in a freer world. I like it. Okay. All right, I'm going to read the forward. Yeah. Yeah. That way, if I read all this and they don't want me to do it, then they'll let me know. This has been Legal Foundations of a Free Society. Boo. Delete. You, back, go. To Ethan and his generation, in hopes that they and their descendants live in a freer world. To Ethan and his generation, in hopes that they and their to Ethan and his generation, in hopes that they and their descendants live in a freer world. To Ethan and his generation, in hopes that they and their descendants live in a freer world. Quotations. Sir, I have found you an argument, but I am not obliged to find you in understanding. Samuel Johnson. Even if the libertarian ethic and argumentative reasoning must be regarded as ultimately justified, this still does not preclude that people will act on the basis of unjustified beliefs, either because they don't know, they don't care, or they prefer not to know. I fail to see why this should be surprising. Or make the proof somehow defective. More than this cannot be done by propositional argument. Hans Hermann Hope. Forward. The question as to what is justice and what constitutes a just society is as old as philosophy itself. Indeed, it arises in everyday life, even long before any systematic philosophizing is to begin. All throughout intellectual history, one prominent answer to this question has always been to say that might. Oh, hold up. All throughout intellectual history, one prominent answer to this question has always been to say that it is might that makes right. Or, more specifically, that what is right or wrong, just or unjust, is unilaterally decreed by a state qua. Territorial monopolist of violence. Territorial monopolist of violence. The self-contradictory nature of this decisionist position, i.e., of legal positivism, comes to light once we ask its proponents for a reason or evidence as to why we should live. Comes to light once we ask its proponents for a reason or evidence as to why we should believe that the proposition that might makes right to be true and correct. By virtue of providing any such reason or evidence, however, and thus seeking ultimately unanimous agreement regarding the validity of the proposition in question, any such proponent implicitly acknowledges the presence of other reasonable and sensible persons, and, importantly, that the question of right or wrong, true or untrue, true or not true, then is not a matter of might or fiat, but a question to be decided on the basis of common reason and experience instead. Yet, reason and experience demonstrate, contrary to Yet, reason and experience demonstrate, contrary to the proponent's initial claim that might does not make right. That might is might and right is right, but no might can ever make a right. Aside from the decisionism championed by legal positivists, aside from the decisionism championed by legal positivists, the most prominent answer in modern times to the question under consideration, then, has come from the so-called social contract theorists. Let's try it again. Aside from the decisionism championed by legal positivists, aside from the decisionism championed by legal positivists, the most prominent answer in modern times to the question under consideration, then, has come from so-called social contracts theorists. Has come from so-called social contracts theorists. According to them, what is just or not is determined by the terms of a contract concluded and agreed upon by all members of a society. Yet this solution opens more questions than it answers and ends in a tangle of confusion. Yet This solution opens more questions than it answers and ends in a tangle of confusion. For one, no such contract has ever been concluded anywhere. Yet, in the absence of any such contract, would people still be able to distinguish between right and wrong? Yet, in the absence of any such contract, would people still be able to distinguish between right and wrong? Obviously, one would think so. Because otherwise they would not even be able to rightfully conclude. Obviously, one would think so, because otherwise they would not be able to. Obviously, one would think so, because otherwise they would not even be able to rightfully conclude indeed any, valid contract. Put differently, there first must be a contractor, a person, and then there must be something rightfully owned, to be there must be something rightfully owned. And then there must be something rightfully owned and to be contracted by this person, private or personal property, before there can ever be a logical contractual agreement. Thus, personhood and private property logically, or more precisely, paradoxically, precede contracts and contractual agreements. And hence, trying to construct a theory of justice on the foundation of contracts is a fundamental, praxeological. Praxeologically. Okay. Sorry about that. Bringing it back. Thus, fist away. Thus, personhood and private property logically, or more precisely, praxeologically, precede contracts and contractual agreements. And hence, trying to construct a theory of justice on the foundation of contracts is a fundamental praxeological error. Moreover, with personhood and private property as the praxeological foundation of contracts, then any universal, all-encompassing, and including social contract, as imagined by a social contract theorists, is impossible. Moreover, with personhood and private property as the praxeological foundation, foundation of contracts, then any universal, all-encompassing, and including social contract is imagined by social contract theorists is impossible. Rather, on this basis, all contracts are contracts between identifiable and innumerable persons. All contracts are contracts between identifiable and innumerable persons. All contracts are contracts between identifiable and innumerable persons, and concerning identifiable and innumerable and concerning identifiable and innumerable things or matters. All contracts are contracts between identifiable and innumerable persons, and concerning identifiable and innumerable things or matters. No contract can bind anyone other than actual contractors. No contract can bind anyone other. No contract can bind anyone other than the actual contractors, and no contract can concern things or matters other than those specified in the contract. Okay. No contract can bind anyone other than the actual contractors, and no contract can concern things or matters other than those specified in the contract. Accordingly, real persons with their various real, separate, and exclusive properties simply praxeologically cannot conclude a contract as fancied by social contract theorists. For such a contract to be conceivable, a new person must be invented, a fictitious person that can do what no real person can. A fictitious person that can do what no real person can. This new person invented for the purpose by social contract theorists, then is invariably some wildly unrealistic, severely disembodied entity, i.e., a person without any bodily needs or appetites, pure reason, if you will, pure reason, if you will, freed from all constraints of time and place. The theorists then ask what arrangement of the world such persons would agree on as just. The theorists then ask what arrangement of the world such persons would agree on as just. And they then spit out an answer as to what they believe this agreement between such entities to be and why. Any such answer, however, whatever it may be, is always arbitrary because the only thing that could possibly be known about fictitious people and an agreement among them is whether any such answer, however, whatever it may be, is always arbitrary because the only thing that can possibly be known about fictitious people and an agreement among them is whatever has already been invested whatever has already been invested in such beings from the very outset, per assumption. Indeed, is John Rawls the most celebrated modern social contract theorist has admitted with captivating frankness. Okay. Indeed, is John Rawls the most celebrated modern social contract theorist has admitted with captivating frankness. Had he simply defined the original position of fictitious people behind a veil of ignorance, so that we get the desired solution, while the results that Rawls gets from his assumptions concerning the original position agree largely with the political views While the results that Rawls gets from his assumptions concerning the original position agree largely with the political views of the social democratic left, other social contract theorists with different assumptions Other social contract theorists with different assumptions. While the results that Rawls gets from his assumptions concerning the original position agree largely with the political views, while the results that Rawls gets from his assumptions concerning the original position agree largely with the political views of the social democratic left, other social contract theorists with different assumptions about the original meeting of the minds, such as James M. Buchanan and his fictional constructs of conceptual contracts, and his fictitious constructs of conceptual contracts and quasi-unanimity, for instance, have proposed answers more closely associated with the political right. Still, other theorists other theorists have presented yet other results. Oh, sorry, wrong word. Still, other theorists have presented yet other results. Demonstrating then that the intellectual endeavors of social contract theorists, however ambitious and sophisticated they may appear, are ultimately no more than idle mental exercises. Are ultimately no more than idle mental exercises, deriving wildly unrealistic conclusions from wildly unrealistic assumptions, i.e., examples of garbage in and garbage out. But there is another, more sinister aspect to the idea of a social contract that comes to light once every one of the But there is another, more sinister aspect to the idea of a social contract that comes to light once everyone. But there is another, more sinister aspect to the idea of a social contract that comes to light once anyone of the various contractual agreements as fancied by social contract theorists is actually. But there is another, more sinister aspect to the idea of a social contract that comes to light once anyone. But there is another, more sinister aspect to the idea of a social contract that comes to light once any one of the various contractual agreements as fancied by social contract theorists is actually put to the test, implemented, and enforced. Because implementing and enforcing the terms of a contract that no real person had or Because implementing and enforcing the terms of a contract that no real person had or could have agreed to, or could have agreed on, means, in effect, that all real contracts between real people are superseded and replaced by the terms of some alleged agreement among fictitious people as the ultimate judge in matters of right and wrong. The word contract, then, with its positive connotations, is used by social contract theorists to advance a program that is actually destructive of all contracts. They declare non-contracts and non-agreements to be contracts and agreements, and contracts and agreements to be They declare non-contracts and non-agreements to be contracts and agreements, and contracts and agreements to be non-contracts and non-agreements. Thus, ultimately, social contract theory turns out barely less arbitrary than the decisionism of legal positivists. For its proponents, the question of right or wrong may not be a matter may not be considered a matter of mere decree, as for some strict positivists. For its proponents, the question of right or wrong may not be considered a matter of mere decree as for some strict positivists. Indeed, for them, it is the institutions and fancies of some philosophers that are supposed to do the job. But this is hardly less arbitrary, one would think. And, of course, since no real person had or could have agreed to any so-called social contract, since no real person had or could have agreed to any so-called social contract, its enforcement then always requires an agency not itself founded on agreement and contract. Its enforcement then always requires an agency not itself founded on agreement and contract, but on disagreement, violence, and coercion. Instead, a state. And just like legal positivists, then social contract theorists invariably turn out to be statists too. And just like legal positivists, then social contract theorists invariably turn out to be statists too, assigning and entrusting the role of the ultimate arbiter of right and wrong to the state qua territorial monopolist of violence. Another popular answer to the question under consideration is that of utilitarianism. Utilitarians essentially contend that the very rules that maximize or promise to maximize the total social utility or bring about the greatest happiness to the greatest number of people are and should be considered just. Apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism. Apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism. Apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism, however, apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism, however, this answer can be quickly dismissed as fatally flawed for the simple reason that there exist no units of utility or happiness, and hence that any interpersonal comparison of utility or happiness that any interpersonal comparison of utility or happiness and any aggregation of individual utility or happiness to social utility or social happiness and any aggregation of individual utility or happiness to social utility or social happiness must be considered impossible, or, if still invoked, as entirely arbitrary. All right, this is about 34 minutes in. I think that we need about 45 to hit that 15-minute mark, which I definitely do want to hit on this. This project's very important to me, so I definitely want to do that. So I think that we can maybe go for about 10 more minutes. I don't think it's going to reach the end of the foreword. This, by the way, was written by Hans Hermann Hope, Istanbul, May 2023. Oh, that's cool. But there's also a preface that we're going to read prior to moving into chapter 1. And that, of course, was written by Stephen Kinsella, Houston, June 2023. And then the acknowledgments. Oh, the Fountainhead. Love it. Love the Fountainhead. I don't know if you guys ever read that, but very, very cool book. Very cool book. I like that one a lot, actually. All right. Where are we at? There's about 20 pages of this forward. Then, here, let me rename this, actually. Okay. Okay, so I think I read, apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism, however, hold up. There we go. This is a better experience. Apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism, however, this answer can be quickly dismissed as fatally flawed for the simple reason that there exist no units of utility or happiness, and hence that any interpersonal comparison of utility or happiness and any aggregation of individual utility or happiness to social utility or social happiness must be considered impossible, or, if still invoked, as entirely arbitrary. All right. Apart from other difficulties connected with its consequentialism, however, This answer can be quickly dismissed as fatally flawed for the simple reason that there exist no units of utility or happiness, and hence that any interpersonal comparison of utility or happiness and any aggregation of individual utility or happiness and any aggregation of individual utility or happiness to social utility or social happiness must be considered impossible, or, if still invoked, as entirely arbitrary. With the answers of legal positivists, social contract theorists, and utilitarians. With the answers of legal positivists, social contract theorists, and utilitarians all rejected as fundamentally flawed. However popular they may be, the only remaining answer, then, comes from the old pre-modern intellectual tradition of natural law and natural rights. With the answers of legal positivists, social contract theorists, and utilitarians all rejected as fundamentally flawed, however popular they may be, the only remaining answer, then, comes from the old pre-modern intellectual tradition. Of natural law and natural rights. It is also in this nowadays rather unfashionable intellectual tradition. It is also in this nowadays rather unfashionable intellectual tradition. Got to take a break soon. It is also in this nowadays rather unfashionable intellectual tradition, broadly conceived, that Stephen Kinsella's here presented work must be placed. Natural law and rights theorists contend that the principles of just human conduct. Natural law and rights theorists contend that the principles of just human conduct can be discovered from the study of human nature. On the one hand, such study reveals that humans are endowed with reason, as manifested by the indisputable fact that they can speak and communicate with one another. As manifested by the indisputable fact that they can speak and communicate with one another from person to person in a common language. On the one hand, such study reveals that humans are endowed with reason, as manifested by the indisputable fact that they can speak and communicate with one another from person to person from person to person in a common language. On the other hand, this study shows that humans are also actors, and in combination then, reasonable actors. And in combination then, reasonable actors. Speaking and communicating itself are purposeful activities directed at a goal. Yet, even if and when we are not speaking or communicating, but do things silently, we are still acting and cannot but act. Okay. We are still acting and cannot but we are still acting and cannot but act as long as we are not asleep. We are still acting and cannot but act as long as we are not asleep, comatose, or dead. Further, this study also reveals the deep structure of human action, i.e., what all actions of all humans have in common. Every individual actor, and only individuals act, whenever he does, pursues a goal or end, the attainment of which he considers more satisfying than the satisfaction to be expected from acting differently. Every individual actor, and only individuals act. Whenever he does, pursues a goal or end, the attainment of which he considers more satisfying. Pursues a goal or end, the attainment of which he considers more satisfying. The attainment of which he considers more satisfying than the satisfaction to be expected from acting differently. Every actor is thereby placed in a given environment at a specific point in time and space. Every actor is thereby placed in a given environment at a specific point in time and space, without specific external surroundings of men and materials, and equipped with his own nature-given bodily makeup and mental endowment. And every action then I'm trying to avoid all these stomach sounds that are coming. I'm very hungry. I don't know why or where that came from, but it's just you need to eat. You need to eat right now. Eric, please eat. Please eat, Eric. What are you doing? Eat from my body, my Okay. We said every actor is thereby placed in a given environment at a specific point in time and space, with specific external surroundings of men and materials, and equipped with his own nature-given bodily makeup and mental endowment. Every action, then, whatever it may be, invariably aims to alter an actor's specific present situation. Every action, then, whatever it may be, invariably aims to alter an actor's specific... I gotta build the momentum to that. Oh, there we go. And every action, then, whatever it may be, invariably aims to alter an actor's specific present situation to his personal advantage and greater satisfaction. In any case, to reach his goals, whatever they may be, an actor invariably must employ means. At a minimum, he must employ his own physical body and brain, plus the body's standing room, as means for the attainment of some expected bodily or psychic gain. And he must thereby use up some time that he could have also used differently. And he must thereby use up some time that he could... And he must thereby use up some time that he also could have used differently. And he must thereby use up some time that he also could have used differently. Generally, however, a person's actions involve more than the purposeful use. Generally, however, a person's actions involve more than the purposeful use of one's physical body and mind. It involves also various elements of the external world that, unlike a person's own body, can only be indirectly controlled by means of one's directly controlled body. It involves also various elements of the external world that, unlike a person's own body, can only be indirectly controlled by means of one's directly controlled body. Such elements of the external world that can be indirectly controlled and manipulated by a person and that are recognized or believed. Such elements of the external world that can be indirectly controlled and manipulated by a person. Such elements of the external world that can be indirectly controlled and manipulated by a person and that are recognized or believed by an actor to be suitable for the attainment of his ends are called means. Those elements of the external world beyond or believed to be beyond human control, those elements of the external world beyond or believed to be beyond human control. Those elements of the external world beyond or believed to be beyond human control, on the other hand, are referred to as external conditions. Are referred to as external conditions. Are referred to as external conditions, under which a person's actions are to take place. The choice of means employed by a person for the attainment of his ends is always a matter of ideas, i.e., of reason and reasoning. An actor always chooses such an allocation. An actor always chooses such an allocation and arrangement of means that he believes to bring about some desired result. The choice of means is validated by the result. A person's actions, then, are always guided by some ideas about cause and effect. Performing A, B, and C will lead to X, Y, and Z. But man is not infallible, and a person's ideas concerning cause and effect, or the interconnectedness and regularity of events, may be false. And a person's action based on these ideas then will lead to failure rather than the anticipated success, inducing the person to learn, i.e., to revisit and possibly revise his original ideas. But man is not fallible. But man is not infallible. And a person's ideas concerning cause and effect, or the interconnectedness and regularity of events, may be false. And a person's action based on these ideas then will lead to failure rather than the anticipated success, inducing the person to learn, i.e., to revisit and possibly revise his original ideas. All right, we are on page 16 of 20. 16 of 20. So we're pretty close to the end of the foreword. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pages to the foreword. We are on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just beyond the halfway point for the foreword. That's a good amount. I'd say that's a good amount. 16 pages out of 804. So this one's going to be a long one. But that's okay. Because how do you eat an elephant, ladies and gentlemen? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Owie. I guess I could have put it down here and just scrolled up as I was going throughout. I suppose I could have put it down here. I could have done all the things down here. All right, we're looking at 234. That's pretty good. Like that. Like that. Okay. So, what's a good way to pin? This is where I'm at. What's a good way to bookmark? I'm on page 16 without like just remembering page 16. Oh, that's probably waiting on my pencil that I don't have. I was like, why is this not marking it? All right. Okay. There we go. I love that. Okay. I'm a lover, guys. I'm a lover. That's all I like to do. I just like to love. I love to love. As long as it fits like a glove. There we go. Hi. Hello. So, my tummy's rumbling like a lot, so I'm gonna just go eat something real quick. My car's kind of, incapacitated, so I can't go anywhere. Normally what I would do is I would get some Smoothie King. I love myself some Smoothie King, but for today I don't think I can do that. So probably just gonna make like a quick PB&J or something, stave off all of that hunger, and maybe I'll see if I could cook up anything. But I don't think I really have much, to be honest. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm gonna go do. And then I think I have enough to make 15 minutes out of this. So I'm going to save that for the editing at the tire shop. And then whatever I can't do at the tire shop, I'll do tonight. I think I'm going to go eat something real quick, but then shift gears. And then we could start working on those other nuclear projects. And hopefully I can get out, a couple of those. I don't anticipate too much for those. Honestly, I could probably send them about 8 minutes or so. Like they might be happy with that as well. So I'm not really expecting terribly too much, but I want to get something out to those guys as well. So that's gonna be my focus. I want to get everything that I can do in this closet up until 5, and then once it turns 5, then I can go get my tires looked at and associate all that good stuff. So I'm going to put it on a BRB screen, but thanks so much for tuning in for the time being. And I will be right back. I won't be immediately back, but I'm going to get something to eat real quick. But I will be back maybe in about 7 minutes, I'd say. So I love you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, hopefully I can figure out this charging situation because it just stopped charging for no reason. So, yeah. That was longer than 7 minutes. Sorry about that, guys. Yo, check this out. 2 completed projects. Whoa. Whoa. And check this out. 4 people bought that one. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I think one of those is me, actually. But AL units, sales were your audiobooks purchased using a membership credits. Cash purchases of your audiobooks made by an Audible. Okay, so I think that one was actually me because I'm an Audible listener, but I paid cash for it. ALC, cash purchases of your audiobook made by a customer who isn't an Audible listener. Oh, so those must be like very unique. I'm not really sure about those. The credits, though, I mean, the thing about the credits is like to me, they listed it for I think around like $3 or so. Like an Audible credit, it's like 15. So like I really appreciate anybody who wants to spend that, but because like it strictly benefits me. So thank you, I really appreciate that. But like also at the same time, save your money. So like, thank you guys so much for buying that. But um, it is available for $3. I'd really rather people sort of like get the cheaper version of it, and just so like, they're not spending $16 on something that they could get for less than a fourth of that. So thank you. I super appreciate it. I'm not sure if it can go too far to the right here, but it's closer. Closer. What can we watch while I'm eating? That's all I'm really thinking about. Hey. You know what? How about this? Bam. Bam. All right. What can we watch? Um, we'll shift over to the reaction part of everything. So,
testimonies under oath about
where are you? There you go. Hello? And YouTube. And then let's double check to make sure YouTube's on there.
It's that time again where I start gushing about aliens. It's one of my favorite topics to discuss. It's the one I get most heated about on stream and have the most absurd conversations with chat on stream about. And yesterday, there was a massive UAP congressional hearing that had some very well established individuals, some very high ranking individuals that were making testimonies under oath about UAPs and government divisions, as well as general information about things relating to UAPs and the government. It's all very interesting, especially because it's coming from people who have real merit here. It's like substantial credibility for the individuals that have come forward under oath to speak on these things. It's not like they just grabbed random nobodies, right? They didn't go out there and find Jericamo Sloppenheim, who goes to the congressional hearing talking about how the green guys from space probed his chocolate starfish. This is very buttoned up people that have come forward to talk about these things and blow the whistle on UAP departments.
Is that what chocolate starfish means? I thought that was just a Limp Bizkit reference. That's surprising.
Even talking about how some people were injured during UAP retrieval programs, and it is fascinating. I haven't had the chance to talk to my father about all of this, whom all of you know is the preeminent expert on anything extraterrestrial. He is the world's best when it comes to anything alien related. I'm sure right now he's hunkered down, doodling away, crunching numbers, theorizing things, all from these new testimonials that have come forward. But I think it's important to note that they don't present any physical evidence. The evidence that gets presented here about the UAPs and everything is testimonial, which is real evidence, but I don't want anyone coming into this expecting them to wheel out the corpse of the fucking Martian Manhunter or something, or have an alien smoking a cigarette talking about his time in deep space and his journey to get to Earth. That doesn't happen. Instead, they're talking about departments and different things that have been going on for a while in regards to non-human crafts. And one of the biggest ones is about the Immaculate Constellation program, which is now fully available for anyone to go out there and read, which I think is a very cool thing to do. And also there was this moment. Now I learned about it on stream last night, so I didn't get to do a huge deep dive on stream, but this morning I spent quite a bit of time going over a lot of the big moments, and this one really stood out to me.
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace. And they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
That's pretty big, considering this is all under oath. And this is someone who was once a counterintelligence operative for the government. This isn't just some random, fucking weirdo in their basement who's locked themselves away feeding into delusions. This is someone that did have a pretty powerful position, at least as I understand it, and many others who came forward here, the same. They all had positions that have real merit for what they're talking about. So it is a big deal to have these testimonials. Now, as I discussed on stream, I still believe aliens are absolutely out there in the universe. Those slimy weasels, I know they're out there having a hoot and a holler, but I truly, sincerely do not believe they have ever been to this little fucking space rock. I just don't. I just think it is so unbelievably unlikely, and if they ever did visit us, we would never know because their technology would be so far beyond our comprehension, and there's no way we'd be able to actually even see it at any point, let alone retrieve some kind of crash. The odds of them crashing in here, there's a higher chance that I get a growth spurt in my 30s. It's just so unlikely. Now, I don't believe anyone during the congressional hearing was lying under oath. Absolutely not. I have no doubt that everyone that was testifying and giving their statements was being 100% truthful. I believe all the departments are real departments. I believe all the programs are real programs, all of that they spoke about. I believe in this case, they believe that there was a real nonverbal communication with a non-human entity. But there's no physical evidence that was presented. There's nothing that was presented that convinces me that, oh, it really was aliens. I know they're being truthful. I'm very confident in that, but that doesn't mean that it's absolutely aliens. For example, this statement about definitively, yes, we have had nonverbal communication with non-human entities. Well, we also thought that back in the 70s with the WOW signal. And there's still a lot of people who believe the WOW signal is irrefutable proof of intelligent life out there, but I just think there's more evidence to suggest that it isn't. There's a lot of other explanations for what the WOW signal really is. Just because he believes that there was 100% definitive communication with a non-human entity doesn't mean that that's what it was. There could be something else to explain it. And since we weren't presented with any of what that is, it's now just, okay, I guess I have to assume it was aliens because he believes it's aliens, It's just hard to get me to 100% say, like, yes, it's aliens. I desperately want to. I would be extremely happy to be proven wrong about my take that aliens have never visited us. But at the moment, there just still isn't that proof that gets me there and convinces me of that. But hopefully, this is the start of more and more conversations and more information about UAPs and the government's involvement with UAP programs and departments. Maybe we can get some more declassified information and evidence of anything of non-human origin. That would be extremely exciting. If that information and that content exists, I would love for that to start being shared, and this seems like a good step in that direction if all of it truly is of non-human origin. So hopefully this is just the first of many UAP breakthroughs. Did you watch the UAP Congress hearing today?
I mean, is anybody surprised that aliens exist? I think the probability for life is such that it would be obvious that we wouldn't be alone. On the universal scale of things, like, it just seems like a natural conclusion. It's almost like that feeling, if you feel like it doesn't exist, it's almost like that same mentality that you think that, like, the earth is flat, you know? Like, oh yeah, all other planets out there are spherical. Every single one that you see, and we could tell because we can rotate it in all degrees, and they must be spherical given the way that they look. But our planet is special. It is flat. Like, it doesn't. I feel like there's not a lot of logic that would state that, like, we are special in that way, right? In the very same way, I feel that when people say, well, life doesn't exist anywhere else, but we're special, it's the same kind of thought pattern for me. It's like, why do you assume that we're so special in that way? I love us, but I'm biased to think that. I love our planet. I think human beings are very special and deserve to be deserving of whatever that specialty looks like for you. I think that special consideration, deserving of special consideration. But, I'm a firm believer that it took us a very long time to become who we are. What is it? Is it millions of years, billions of years? It took us forever to get to this point. So, you look at all planets in existence in all universes, the probability is out there that some life form has achieved the same amount of intelligence that we have. But I would say that it is more likely than not that they have not made it to us physically, but they have made it to us in some capacity, Like, for example, this physical plane of existence of three-dimensionality is not the only one that exists. There's also a fourth dimensionality, and, like, we all are a cross-section of that fourth dimensional world, and we experience ourselves at every slice of that fourth dimensional object. But that fourth dimensional object always exists. What other dimensions exist out there that we don't know about, that they can traverse through in such a way that maybe might influence the way we think about things or the way we perceive the world? And so we perceive these things rather than objective reality. Who's to say that they don't influence our dreams, That would be what I would think would be most easy of these aliens, to reach us in some wormhole-like manner where there's an easier and shorter path from point A to point B that's not in physical reality. I would think that that's probably closer to the truth, but let's see what Charlie says.
Apparently, it was earth-shattering. The UAP thing was today? I'll definitely take a peek. I feel like if this actually was groundbreaking, my dad would have called me ASAP with a big "I told you so."
Live for us on Capitol Hill. Joe, you were in the room for that more than 2-hour hearing. What did you learn?
Aliens are real. You won't believe it. And they want to suck my dick right now.
If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
No, my buddy Eric makes them in his garage.
Precisely why we're here.
Yo,
The problem
do
is
not
that
throw me under the
generally
bus.
speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years. To put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
it may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force technology,
What? Maybe both. Like they're working together, or like there's different UAPs? I don't think they could both be true, right? They're private company aliens. Oh, of course, yeah. What's next? You gonna tell me the aliens unionized or something? Yeah, whatever. Man, I wish they just had 3 titties.
to discuss.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals.
It's like the Suicide Squad. They got like that thing in their neck gonna blow his head off if he talks about it.
And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
That's not, well, that doesn't necessarily mean they were successful. That just means they might have seen something and then tried to go get it and reclaim it, believing that it could be a UAP. And then what they found could have very well been just my buddy Eric's man-made doohickey.
Charlie, stop throwing me under the bus.
But
man.
that would be cool if they have retrieved some.
Dude.
Were they designed to identify
What I build in my garage is none of your business, okay, guys? Come on.
and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
So those 2 yeses right there at the end, very important there. Now, just shortly after that hearing, that was Congresswoman Nancy Mace
Yeah.
sharing.
I mean, it's cool to hear, but that's not surprising. I don't think aliens have ever visited Earth. I've made that very clear. I know aliens are out there. I think it's unlikely that we're the only intelligent life. I just don't think they've ever been here. I truly don't. But it's not surprising me to hear, like, I'm assuming it's true because he's under oath, that they had, like, a program to go retrieve it and try and, like, reverse engineer it. That doesn't mean that it ever found or produced anything, right? Like, I've had times where I've gone out trying to get laid. I didn't get laid. Shit, I didn't meet anybody. You know? Like, it's you know, you can have those plans. You can try and do those things. It doesn't necessarily mean that it worked. But I think the question should be, have they ever retrieved anything of extraterrestrial origin? Because you can have a department dedicated to reverse engineering it if it's ever retrieved. The question should really just be, have we ever actually gotten anything of extraterrestrial origin?
Dude, I can't believe that Charlie froze on this woman's face like this, where she's clearly cross-eyed and derping out of control. I mean, come on now. What are we doing? See if I can replicate that face, though. I don't get it. I don't get it. Sorry.
That's what I want an answer to, and some evidence of.
Yes.
See, that's not confirmation they ever got one. Again, that is a program that would aim to retrieve them if there was any. Like, I feel like there's millions. Like, we have a fucking Space Defense Force program, right? They haven't fought off any alien invaders, I'll tell you right now. Apparently, the biggest bombshell during this hearing was documents regarding the Immaculate Constellation program, which is a secret UFO retrieval program the Pentagon is running. They just released them online for everyone to read. Ooh. United States Department of Defense and the intelligence community are withholding information about anomalous phenomena from Congress. It's a testimony from Michael Schellenberger. I do believe we probably have plenty of programs for that. Like, there's no way this guy's lying, not under oath. No shot. I definitely do think there are programs for, like, retrieval of UAPs or, like, any kind of investigation into it, reverse engineering if they ever find one. I just don't think it's ever happened. I don't think there's ever been a alien spacecraft that has ended up here. You don't think UFOs exist at all? I think it is so unbelievably like main character syndrome type shit to think that somehow aliens, if they have faster than light travel or wormhole traveling capabilities, would somehow just crash on our fucking tiny little planet. That would be so unbelievably unlikely because it's incomprehensible to us the technology that they would already have.
Yeah, but like also consider that these sightings were increasing in probability after the first nuclear energy, nuclear testing sites, like a blip on a radar, you know. Would that not isolate us as a highly intelligent species? Would that not be a signal amongst the noise? Would that not stick out like a astrological sore thumb, Charlie? I don't know. I think that maybe we've done something that has sent out a signal that other intelligent species have identified as demarking clearly intelligent species, but who's to say? Who's to say? I don't know. I don't know nothing. But what I do know is that I'm done with my rice and eggs, and I think I'll be going back into the Logic Pro. I think that this is in a good state at 55 minutes. It's pretty good for the forward, so I'm going to keep it the way it is. And trim that up a bit later while I'm working on the tires. But for the time being, I think I'm going to work my way towards the nuclear energy side of things. So thank you so much for bearing with me on that video. But I mean, should we finish it out? It's like 3 minutes away, I guess, but
in order to even make it this far. Like that's so unlikely. And for us to catch a glimpse of them is even more unlikely. If they made it here and we'd somehow see them in a fucking Tic Tac, that's unbelievably unlikely. So the witness is lying? Brother, how many times I gotta say it? No, I don't think they're lying at all. They're talking about programs. I have no doubt these programs exist. Just like we have our Space Defense Force program. But we're not defending the Earth from anything right now. We're not fighting off the fucking Tyranids out there with the space defense program America's got. They exist, I have no doubt. I have no doubt about it. They're definitely not lying. Tic Tac video, probably the most credible we have. Yep, that and the other one from the ship. Those are the two UAP videos that have the least amount of explanation for. What do you think about the theory that aliens created us and are coming now because we're close to ending ourselves?
ooh.
What? I think that's a theory that's based on nothing but someone who really likes anime.
That's not a theory. That would be what we call not even a hypothesis. That's just like a spitball. That's pretty low level ideas for sure. But no, I think that would make sense if our planet was relatively new and we knew how long it would take for things like lightning to create the amino acids that we used as building blocks to create singular-celled organisms that then inhabited one another through the symbiotic nature of eukaryotic cells and mitochondria. Then, therefore, evolving into species that then evolve into our predecessors that then evolve into us. Like, it would make sense if that time scale wasn't there, but we were there. You know what I mean? Like, if the planet was relatively new, and we knew that from geological data, and we were, by all intents and purposes, a really, really old, evolved species, I think that would hold merit. I think that would be a good idea. But even just from like pure logical extrapolation, I don't even think that would necessarily be true. Yeah, because otherwise, we would also see life nearby. Like, why wouldn't there also be life on Mars, for example? They could have easily terraformed Mars if they were seeding planets like that, or even like moons of Saturn, like Titan. I think Titan's the one, maybe. There's a couple different planets, maybe like Eurasia or Europa. I think that's what it's called, Europa. I think that there are other very similar Earth-like planets nearby, and if they did seed intentionally this planet specifically, they would have also isolated other planets nearby that are equally as Earth-like. But we don't see that. So I think that's part of the idea, the logical extrapolations of like, well, if this were true, this is what we would see, and we don't see that. And so it's not proof of the opposite, but it's like that you don't have anything that would indicate that that is true. So yeah, but I think that it's really interesting. I like all of this, but also I'm pretty behind on some work, so I'm gonna shift gears. Love you. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna just take care of this real quick, and then we'll get right back into recording. Those are fun, but I feel like I need new ones. They kind of played out. Okay. All right, we got legal foundations of a free society. We're going to save that. And we are going to create a new one. Close. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 3, 4. Got the motions through the labyrinth I've created. All right. Actually, like this can be plugged in down here. I figured out what went wrong with this. It was it needed to be flipped on over there. I needed to turn on my light switch. This is connected to my light switch. All right. Just pull up Twitch. Twitch live. See how I look. See how I look. How do I look? Hello? All right. Oh yeah. Glad I. Yeah, glad I checked that. Because I would have forgotten about that. I would have kept on a duplicated channel. Sad when you do that. All right, what can we do? What I will do is I will pull up ACX on here. And you go to my projects. In production. Okay. So I have a lot of them. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects. 8 projects expecting a 15-minute checkpoint. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually 7, because I already sent one. So I'll just start from the bottom with fostering a nuclear safety culture. This one is 1 hour, so that sounds about right. Let's read it. Let's read it. So many chords. All right, what's up, Twitch? Good to see you, Twitch. All right, this is the book that we're reading. You ready? Woo. Just gonna call it credits. Oh, the metronome. Forgot about that. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time basis. Nuclear Energy Series. Written by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Fostering a Nuclear Safety Culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time basis. Nuclear Energy Series. Written by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 2023 by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Production copyright by Randall Rubin Lavalot. I think that was pretty good. Let's hear it back. Oh, the metronome. Forgot about that. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time basis. Nuclear Energy Series. Written by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Fostering a Nuclear Safety Culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time basis. Okay. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time basis. Fostering Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time base. Nuclear Energy Series. Written by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Fostering a Nuclear Safety Culture. Nuclear power plant monitoring on a constant and real-time base. Nuclear Energy Series. Written by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 2023 by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Production copyright by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Okay. Let's go to the next one. This is probably intro. Oh, oops. Didn't mean to caps lock that. Intro. That should now be on downloads. Nuclear safety culture. Here he goes. Here he goes. Look at him. Dr. Randall Rubin Lavalot. Love it. Love it. Love it, Lavalot. All right. How do I look? That's okay. Nuclear power plants are distinctive in both the application of a technology that harnesses the energy stored in the nucleus of an atom and as an organization that can manage this technology safely. A key element of a nuclear power plant's safe operation is its nuclear safety culture. The Institute of Nuclear Power Operations traits of a healthy nuclear safety culture defines nuclear safety culture as the core values and behaviors resulting from a collective commitment by leaders and individuals to emphasize safety over competing goals to ensure protection of people and the environment. Nuclear power plant operators' dedication and strength of its safe operations are evident in its nuclear safety culture. Nuclear power plant operators' dedication and strength of its safe operations are evident in its nuclear safety culture. They have the responsibility for maintaining a healthy nuclear safety culture through the development and introduction of safety culture enhancement program. This book provides guidance to nuclear power plant operators. For implementation of the aspects of nuclear safety culture within the nuclear station. It describes approach to monitoring and addressing nuclear safety culture issues. It describes approach to monitoring and addressing nuclear safety culture issues. About the author. Dr. Randall Rubin Lavalot was born in Cape Town, South Africa on November 25th, 1972, to John William Lavalot and Mabel Rose Lavalot. He is an experienced nuclear safety culture professional, nuclear project manager, author of nuclear publications, and nuclear university lecturer. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Randall Rubin Lavalot. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Fostering a nuclear safety culture. Coburg Nuclear Power Plant as a Case Study. Randall Rubin Lavalot. Randall Rubin Lavalot. Identification of practitioner. The researcher is an experienced professional The researcher is an experienced, professional senior nuclear project manager and nuclear safety culture professional in the generation division of Coburg Nuclear Powers at Coburg Nuclear Power Station, with a career spanning over 29 years across with a career spanning over 29 years across project planning, project engineering, project quality management, project management, program management, and program management. He is a postgraduate of nuclear engineering and nuclear technology management university lecturer NQF level 8 and 9. Examination invigilator, researcher, mentor, safety culture professional, and an author of several nuclear power plant books. He is a holder of postgraduate diploma in nuclear engineering and technology, 2009, and master's degree in engineering in development and management engineering through Northwest University, NWU 2014. Dissertation: a licensing plan for coupling a nuclear energy source to a chemical process plant, SASOL, Secunda, as a case study. I have received certificates recognizing his expertise. Most notably is the assignment of a nuclear research consultant to the NWU South African Archer Advanced High Temperature reactors for cogeneration of heat and electricity, R&D. Project team with the aim at identifying the implications of the licensing process on nuclear coal-to-liquids production in South Africa. Archer Collaborative Project is co-funded by the European Commission under the Euratom Research and Training Program on Nuclear Energy within the 7th Framework Program. Archer Collaborative Project is co-funded by the European Commission under the Euratom Research and Training Program on Nuclear Energy within the 7th Framework Program Grant. Agreement number 269892. Coordinated by NRG in Netherlands. He is a holder of PhD degree. He is a holder of a PhD degree in engineering through Northwest University. The originality of his research has resulted in numerous interests from the from the nuclear power generation industry. He has received a certificate for business-driven action learning and another for leadership development for middle development for middle management program through Hadley Business School in 2016. Through Henley Business School in 2016. He holds a professional registration. He holds a professional registration with the Engineering Council of South Africa. As a senior nuclear project manager, he was involved in technology advances in small modular reactors, SMR, such as the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor, PBMR. As a senior nuclear project manager, he was involved in technology advances in small modular reactors, SMR, such as the Pebble Bed Modular Reactor, PBMR. Moreover, site selection and evaluation activities for nuclear new build program in South Africa. He also served as a secretariat. He also served as a secretariat, prepares scientific programs, contribute to the preparation and editing of policy energy frameworks. Manuals, and scientific publications. Executive summary. Executive summary. Nuclear power plants, NPP, are distinctive both in the application of a technology that harnesses the energy stored. Nuclear power plants, NPP, are distinctive both in the application of a technology that harnesses the energy stored in the nucleus of an atom, and as an organization that can manage this technology safely. A key element of NPP safe operation is its nuclear safety culture, NSC. The Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, INPO, traits of a healthy nuclear safety culture, defines nuclear safety culture as the core values and behaviors resulting from a collective commitment by leaders and individuals to emphasize safety over The Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, INPO, traits of a healthy nuclear safety culture, defines nuclear safety culture as the core values and behaviors resulting from a collective commitment by leaders and individuals to emphasize safety over competing goals to ensure protection of people and the environment. NPP operators' dedication and strength of its safe operations are evident in its NSC. They have the responsibility for maintaining a healthy nuclear safety culture through the development and introduction of a Safety Culture Enhancement Program, SCEP. The nuclear station should provide a framework for implementation of the aspects of NSC within the nuclear station. This book provides guidance to NPP operators for implementation of the aspects of NSC within the nuclear station. It describes approach to monitoring and addressing NSC issues using the Coburg nuclear power plant as a case study. The primary aim of the book was to identify the implications of monitoring NSC on a constant and real-time basis by determining a preferred NSC monitoring using KNPP as a case study, while Objective 3 was to evaluate the magnitude of the preferred option for monitoring while Objective 3 was to evaluate the magnitude of the preferred option. While Objective 3 was to evaluate the magnitude of the preferred option for monitoring NSC are achieved. Objective 1 was to review safety culture systems relevant to the nuclear power plants, while Objective 2 was to identify various NSC monitoring systems and evaluating their relative significance. It was recommended that measures be put in place for the next financial year, in particular, 1. Ensuring that safety culture committee quorums are met. 1. Ensuring that safety culture committee quorums are met for safety culture plan adherence. 2. Place steps in place to improve on workplace. Place steps in place. What? 2. Place steps in place to improve on workplace safety industrial events. 3. Develop a guide for nuclear safety hero nomination. 4. Improvements are required in the area of delays in authorization and knowledge. And 5. Discuss the decline in coaching and observation program and recommend improvements. Discuss the decline in coaching and observation programs and recommend improvements for the next period using option 3. List of acronyms. AGR, Advanced Gas-Cooled Reactor. Archer, Advanced High-Temperature Reactors for Cogeneration of Heat and Electricity R&D. ASCOT, Assessment of Safety Culture in Organizations Team. BFE, Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management. BMU, Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Activity, and Nuclear Safety. CNRA, Committee on Nuclear Regulatory Activities. CRs, Corrective Actions. CSN, Consejo de Seguridad Nuclear. Consejo de Seguridad Nuclear. CTL, coal to liquid. EDF, électricité, 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 électricité de France. HP, human performance. HTR, high temperature reactor. IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. IMS, Integrated Management System. INPO, Institute of Nuclear Power Operations. INSAG, IAEA's International Nuclear Safety Advisory Group. IRRS, Integrated Regulatory Review Service. KNPP, Coburg Nuclear Power Plant. KPIs, Key Performance Indicator. NEA, European Nuclear Energy Agency. NEI, Nuclear Energy Institute. NNR, National Nuclear Regulator. NPM, Nuclear Project Management. NPM SCC, Nuclear Project Management Safety Culture Committee. NPPs, Nuclear Power Plants. NQF, National Qualification Framework. NRC, Nuclear Regulation Committee. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. NRG, Nuclear Research and Consultancy Group. NSC, Nuclear Safety Culture. Nuclear Safety Culture. NSC MP, Nuclear Safety Culture Monitoring Panel. NSRB, Nuclear Safety Review Board. NWU, Northwest University. OE, Operation Excellence. OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. PBMR, Pebble Bed Modular Reactor. PhD, Doctor of Philosophy. RSA, Republic of South Africa. RSRP, Regulations on Safety Standards and Regulatory Practices. SCEP, Safety Culture Enhancement Program. SGR, Steam Generator Replacement. SLT, Site Leadership Team. SMR, Small Modular Reactors. SOER, Significant Operating Experience Report. STUK, Finnish Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority. UK, United Kingdom. All right. This one is, it's just called Nuclear Safety Culture. Fostering. Okay. So let's go back one and go down to the nuclear series. That's already got one. So I'm going to create fostering a nuclear safety culture. Create. Okay, that's on there. And then this is called fostering a nuclear safety culture. All right. So we're about 25 minutes in. 25 minutes will usually produce maybe about somewhere in the ballpark of like 7.5 to like 13 minutes, you know? And it depends. Like, I feel like most of those tracks were done on the first go. So it might even be closer to 15 minutes than I'd like, or than I'd planned. But, yeah, hoping for the best on that one. Because then the next one is Chapter 1, Introduction. So that's funny. I called it intro, but it's not really an introduction. Yeah, like... That'll be enough. That'll really be enough. So, save that. All right, it's about 4:20 right now, so I'm probably going to do one more for about 30 minutes. I think that's maybe my best bet, because I have 7. So if I got that done, then it would just be 5 more. And the same guy is responsible for, like, all of these. So if he sees that I've done 2 of them, like, that will be enough. That'll be enough progress to be like, okay, you're working towards this now. That is something. All right, so I got that. So we are on chapter 1 for that. What's next? Okay, my projects. This is really fun. I like this a lot. I like this way better than going to work. Oh my God. If I could do this all day, like literally, if I could do this all day, every day, and just do this over and over and over and over again, like, I would have so much fun with life. This is incredible. I like it because I'm, like, obviously I can hear myself get better as I'm doing these takes. Like, I have some sort of innate talent with it, but to do it over and over and over again is the only way that you can get, like, exponentially better. And then to do it compulsively all day long is like how, say, for example, Pablo Picasso becomes the artist that creates everything that you know about Pablo Picasso's work, because he would do it compulsively all day long. That's all he would do. So you have to get to the point to where you do that, right? And the more you do it, the more you speak, the more you practice, the more you hear yourself on the playback and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing that. And then now sitting back into here in the hot seat, I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, I'm doing that again. Hold up. Why? How do I do this but without doing that? You know, it's that process. And I love it. I love it. And this is everything that I've ever wanted to do. So I just want to do this. I just want to do this. All right. What's next? Because we have... Okay, it's called Medical Law and Technological Advances, Innovation and Technology and Global Medical Law. That's one that is about 5 hours. We got 5 hours on that one, so that one's very long. That one's going to take a long time. So they accepted the 15 minutes on that. Hopefully everything goes well, but the one I'm going to be working on next is Between the Market and the Nation, Neoliberal Policies, Nationalism, and Globalization. And that's about 2.5 hours. So very similar to the amount of time that we spent on those other 2 books, the Blackjack and the Baccarat book. So Those are gonna be doozies. I know that one's gonna take at least, like at minimum, a week, and then medical law is gonna take about 2 weeks. So, like, if I'm just doing it over the weekend, it'll like at minimum take that amount. So, all right, what's next? What do we got? They wanted. I'm going by due date right now. Send final production December 19th. All right. Yeah, maybe. Those might be easy to knock out. So I might just do that before the end of the year and then work on free market for the remainder. But I think site selection has the next soonest checkpoint due date. So I'm gonna do that one. Okay, site selection principles. We're gonna save that, and then new. There we go. Sorry, you probably couldn't hear me there for a second. Time, file, save as, back to nuclear series, new folder. It's called, let's get myself set up here, site selection, principles of worldwide nuclear programs. That's what they called it. That's literally what it's called. I'm gonna double check on that, but that's literally what they called it. My mind's like, put in an R, put in an R, put in an R. Ugh. All right. Okay. So let's record the credits on this. Turn off that metronome. Site selection principles of worldwide nuclear programs, Nuclear Energy Series, written by Randall Rubin Lavalot, narrated by Eric Pullman. This has been Site Selection Principles of Worldwide Nuclear Programs. Ooh. Nuclear Energy Series, written by Randall Rubin Lavalot, narrated by Eric Pullman. Copyright 2023 by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Production copyright by Randall Rubin Lavalot. Okay. Then unmute, bring up. This is intro. Record. I hit record before I even downloaded anything. I'm getting so quick at this. So quick. All right, site selection is indeed what we're doing. This book compares This book compares approaches to nuclear sighting utilized. This book compares approaches to nuclear sighting utilized across countries in order. This book compares approaches. Sorry. This book compares approaches to nuclear sighting utilized across countries in order to identify international best practices. Factors examined herein are the applicant and execution party. Factors examined herein are the applicant and execution party, brown or greenfield sites, public and stakeholder involvement, regulatory regime, siting strategies, timelines to perform site selection, site survey and site assessment, and technology types. This book covers both countries with well-established nuclear programs as well as This book covers both countries with well-established nuclear programs as well as those with emerging programs in nuclear energy. Okay, they have an R in this, so I can say it. About the author. Dr. Randall R. Lavalot was born in Cape Town, South Africa on November 25, 1972. To John William and Mabel Rose (nee Brown) Lavalot. He is an experienced professional nuclear power plant manager. He is an experienced professional nuclear power plant project manager and postgraduate university lecturer in the field of nuclear project management. Comparison of nuclear site selection and evaluation principles. World Nuclear Power Generation Programs. Comparison of nuclear site selection and evaluation principles. World Nuclear Power Generation Programs. Randall Reuben Lavalot. Comparison of nuclear site selection and evaluation principles. By Lap Lambert Academic Publishing. Go straight into this one. Introduction. This document compares approaches to nuclear siting utilized across countries in order to identify international best practices. Factors examined herein are 1. Applicant and execution party. 2. Brown or greenfield sites. 3. Public and stakeholder involvement. 4. Regulatory regime. 5. Siting strategies. 6. Timelines to perform site selection, site survey, and site site survey and site assessment, and 7. Technology types. Discussion on nuclear siting. A survey of site selection and evaluation principles has been conducted. The main objective of the survey has been to identify those best practices which could potentially be embraced in the current strategic site selection process for the nuclear build program proposed for South Africa in order to enhance its efficiency. This survey has covered both countries with well-established nuclear programs as well as those with emerging programs in nuclear energy. In particular, the following facets of nuclear siting have been examined: applicant and execution party, brown or green fields, public involvement, stakeholder involvement, regulatory regime, siting strategy, phases and stages, timelines, and type of technology. In the following, a discussion of management of the above siting aspects for the different countries are presented. 1. Applicant and execution party. In countries with mature nuclear power programs like United States, Finland, Canada, Japan, and South Korea, and those with smaller mature nuclear programs such as Brazil, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, and Switzerland. The utility or power company is the applicant as well as the execution party for both siting and site evaluation. Exceptions are the United Kingdom, where strategic siting assessment is performed by the UK government, Department of Energy and Climate Change. As a part of this strategy, the government also invites nominations for sites to be assessed. Site evaluation and licensing are then done by the utility. In China, the Shanghai Nuclear Energy Research and Design Institute, a wholly owned subsidiary of the State Nuclear Power Technology Corporation, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Sorry, Siri came up. In China, the Shanghai Nuclear Energy Research. Whoa, hold up. All right, know your limits. Know your limits. I need to rest my voice for a second. It's almost 4:40, so in about 10 minutes I'll head out. But I want to make sure I got everything possible to do this. I want to make sure I got everything possible. Surely I've bit off more than I can chew. But, your boy gonna keep chewing. Your boy gonna keep chewing. I'm gonna keep chewing. Wow. I was definitely feeling it in the voice there. Woo! Okay. In Shanghai. In China, the Shanghai Nuclear Energy Research and Design Institute, a wholly owned subsidiary of the State Nuclear Power Technology of the state of the state of the State Nuclear Power Technology of the State Nuclear Power Technology Corporation of the State Nuclear Power Technology Corporation executes site selection. The owner or utility, however, specifies the area for analysis and is the applicant. The owner or utility, however, specifies the area for analysis and is the applicant. In France, a site is selected by an applicant in accordance with government choices. Specifies the area for analysis and is the applicant. In France, a site is selected by an applicant in accordance with government choices. Specifies the area for analysis and is the applicant. Yo, I didn't see you there. Yo, what's up? Clever Girl Reading? Good to see ya. Hello. She says, you got this. You got a nice sound booth. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So it's not quite a sound booth. Let me see when you said that, just to make sure you're in here still. 10 minutes ago, and I got nobody left in YouTube, so I can imagine you're probably not in here, but if you're watching the playback, thank you so much for the comment. I appreciate that. So it's not quite a sound booth just yet. I am trapped in the closet for right now, like R. Kelly, but hopefully this will lead to a place where I can build a recording booth, sound station, because like out in the living room it definitely works for like low level stuff, but I have to amplify it so much on Audible that when I play it back it's not as crisp as I'd like it to be. And for the 2 books that I released, there was so much background noise, which really took me by surprise. This should eliminate most of the background noise, but it doesn't because it turns down the volume like crazy. So I got to find a way to produce that same amount of gain, but without having all of that background noise that was clearly an issue. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you saying that. But no, this is not quite a sound booth just yet, but maybe one day we will get there. Maybe with the release of maybe my 10th book, maybe my 15th, maybe my 20th book, something like that. I think that we can get there, but for right now, we are just working away. That was really funny, though. This just starts playing me on Twitch. That was so funny. All right. Let's save that. The owner or utility, however, specifies the area for analysis and is the applicant. In France, a site is selected by an applicant in accordance with government choices. In countries with emerging nuclear programs, Indonesia, Jordan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates. Turkey again? Hold up. I'm not going to say the second Turkey. Sorry. Egypt, Indonesia, Jordan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Turkey, and United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates. Siting, and in many instances, site evaluation are performed or coordinated by the Nuclear Energy Program Implementation Organization. Are performed or coordinated by the Nuclear Energy Program Implementation Organization, NEPIO. Atomic Energy Corporation or Nuclear Energy Corporation with assistance and guidance through nuclear cooperation agreements. Through nuclear cooperation agreements with IAEA, USNRC, and other technical support organizations. TSOs. Research institutions and universities also provide assistance with the conduct of studies. Due to the aggressive nature of many of the emerging nuclear programs. Due to the aggressive nature of many of the emerging nuclear programs, contracts are placed with large and experienced nuclear consultancy groups for contracts are placed with large and experienced nuclear consultancy groups for the conduct of siting investigations and site evaluation studies. For example, UAE contracted Rizzo and Associates to conduct site survey studies. Poland contracted Worley Parsons to perform site characterization studies for its selected sites in Jordan. Tractable engineering for their tractable engineering for their siting studies. Tractable engineering for their siting studies. All right, I'm on brown or green fields now. This is what I'm saying. Like, the closer you get to something, the closer you get to the finish line, I should say, the more resistance you feel. I don't know if that's like a maxim, like it's always true, or if that's like been a recurring theme recently, but there's been a lot of resistance. All right, I think that's it for us today. We're about 10 minutes out, and I'm about 10 minutes away from the place, so it gives me perfect timing to just pack up